Development of sustainable employment. I consider this a great honor and privilege to anchor this initiative, more so because it's coming at such a time that we have a government who takes youth empowerment agenda and serves as Commissioner Ministry of Business, Innovation and Technology, a ministry charged. For the truly unemployed, dear President, let me inform you that in our midst today are experts from the field of manufacturing, engineering, education, economics, accountancy, administration, and veteran civil servants who would like to share the vast knowledge and experience. I assure you, you will gain a lot from them as today will prove to mark your journey into gainful employment. Furthermore, the ministry is going to maintain a database of applicants after this fair in order to continue to match them up with opportunities that come in the future. Thankfully, we're blessed with a visionary leader, the Kaduna State government under His Excellency, Malam Ubasani, in his sustained agenda particularly focuses on investing in human capital development and expanding collaboration with the private sector to foster skills acquisition and job creation. Great milestones have been achieved to date in our bid to build a technically competent and vocationally skilled population that will contribute ultimately to employment and productivity. Let me state here that our achievement so far has been with the strategic support of private sector and development partners. There's still a lot more that we can do together. And so I wish to use this opportunity to invite you to closely work with us in building Kaduna State and indeed the nation at large. In conclusion, I wish to thank and congratulate Jobberman for this initiative and to call on all the organizations here present to embark on similar projects or undertake any other program in the state as part of your corporate social responsibility. For the job seekers here present, today is a great day. Take advantage of it. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all and thank you for your kind attention.
I thought from the attendees, I would have heard a louder round of applause when she said that the ministry going forward from this event will actually have a database right now to match those who are looking for jobs, job seekers, with recruiters. That's innovative. That's Kaduna State for you. Thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner. All right, we have a slight change, so it might not be exactly as you're seeing it on your program of events, but with your cooperation, will be done here as soon as possible. Okay. So thank you so much, Commissioner, for your opening remarks. We will now go to Ahmed Alaga, who is also Program Manager, Partnerships, Jobberman, Nigeria, for his welcome address. A round of applause, please. You're welcome.
Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Dr. Hadiza Sabwa Balaribe, the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Business, Innovation and Technology, Honorable Patience Fakai, all the distinguished Honorable Commissioners present, PAMSECs, directors, our speakers and panelists, invited guests, employers of labor, and as well job seekers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a defining moment where ambitious meets possibilities with aspirations, finds the path for fruition. Today marks an extraordinary convergence, a gathering of purpose, opportunity, and the promise of new beginnings. It is often said that when preparation meets opportunity, it inevitably becomes success. Jobberman Nigeria, for the past 13 years, has been in the business of providing this convergence. It's been our business to provide a platform where credible employers meet the needs of talents, young people whose future aspirations lies in the job market. We've gone beyond just providing a service to both employers and participants alike. Our interest has deepened further into human capital development because for us, beyond putting an individual behind an employer, we want to also ascertain that this individual has the right skills to grow beyond where the employer requires this candidate to be, but to yield tremendous results beyond the initial ask. As I would like to say, a business of talent developer, it is no question that repeatedly we are often faced with some of the challenges employers have. Likewise, some of the challenges, candidates have seen. Some of which could be that we've had this candidate, but the candidate doesn't have the right soft skills, as well as for young participants. I've just graduated university, and the job is asking me for 5 years experience. So for both employers and candidates alike, we have seen the urgent need to address their present concern And when we look into that lens, the pressing issue of youth unemployment in our nation calls for a collective action, an innovative solution. As we stand at the brink of the future where our population is poised to double by 2050, we are faced by two questions. It is either we're the largest workforce in the world, but unfortunately, the largest criminal force in the world. So prosperity will ask us by 2050, as the expert in the talent industry, what did we do to avert that situation? And an example by prosperity is standing here today and providing the opportunity to ensure employers and talent as well all have access to the resources to reach their full potential. The urgency to address these challenges has never been critical, despite commendable efforts and initiatives. The persistent gap between the opportunity and demand necessitates our collective focus. This career fair isn't just an event. It's a platform where aspirations are nurtured, connections are forged, and careers for new horizons are found. It offers job seekers and working professionals a gateway to connect with leading companies present here, gain valuable insights from industry experts, and explore tailored career opportunities. For our fantastic employers who are here today, this fair will provide you unparalleled access to diverse pool of fantastic talent from Kaduna State, of which I am one of those talents. An opportunity to streamline recruitment process, gain brand visibility, network with industry experts, and essential elements for shaping the future of your organizations. Your presence here today symbolizes the participation. It signifies a shared commitment, a collaborative effort to bridge the gap between aspirations and accomplishments. Together, let's embrace this journey of transformation, where each connection made here today and every conversation held opens a new door to new possibilities. You may not get a job here today. You may get hired here today. But the good news, you've taken a big step in that bright future. So we have tailored this event to be an all-encompassing approach to addressing our human capital development. Beyond that, we have also created this as a specific platform to foster the deep insight from industry leaders who will present to you here today, their insight and their understanding and how we can foster our talents. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for gracing this event. Your presence here today, your participation, continues to fuel our momentum towards a future of brimming with opportunities of possibilities. Finally, we can't do this alone. Nobody can do it alone. The issues surrounding unemployment does not require single effort. It requires collective effort. And as such, I would like to thank our partners, the Kaduna State government, and the Mastercard Foundation for also making this a possibility. Thank you so much. Let's have a wonderful event.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ahmed Alaga. Address. He talked about preparation, meeting opportunity is one of the reasons why we're within this hall. But I think something quite interesting and insightful that he said was talking about, when conversations like this that happen within this hall lead to new opportunities. Sometimes the gratification does not come immediately, but you start something, you trigger a conversation that leads to great things later on. So, what does this say? It means please listen, pay attention, listen to what is being said, and take advantage of the people you're going to meet with guys not have met to person. We will be taking a goodwill message from Blue Camel Energy, from Blue Camel. We have a goodwill message, I am told. Can we have the representative to Blue Camel come on?
Distinguished guests, participants, and potential job um, snatchers, I would say, because you're going to come here and snatch. So, thank you very much. And Kaduna State Government on this maiden Jobberman Kaduna Career Fair. The dedication to empowering job seekers and nurturing career development is truly commendable. In joining hands was success, but a profound impact that resonates with every participant that is in attendance here today and beyond. As we embark on this journey together, may the career fair be a beacon of opportunity, illuminating paths for countless to building a brighter future for the workforce of Kaduna State. An event that not only connects talents with opportunities, but also fosters an environment of learning and development. Together, we can pave the way for professional excellence and contribute to the overall prosperity of Kaduna State. So I would like to talk a bit about Blue Camel. And, Blue Camel Energy is a renewable energy and power backup solution service provider. We've been in business for more than 15 years. We came into Kaduna in 2018. So we, as a company, have identified that there's a specific gap between what we need as a company to thrive in delivering our solutions to our end users, clients, and customers, and also the available skills in the space that we operate. And that necessitated the need to set up the Renewable Energy Trainer Academy to provide these skills to employees that we hire on. So it has been very challenging and at the same time a great opportunity for us to see that we develop skills that would match our industry. And with that, it has given us opportunity to have a network of installers and also technically capable hands that can deliver solutions wherever we find ourselves working in the country. So I would like to wish everyone the success of orchestrating this remarkable event, and may it be a catalyst for positive change in the professional landscape. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that introduction from Blue Camel. Like I said, imagine that you want to go drop your application in front of the gate at Blue Camel. Most likely that application will stay at the gate there forever. But here we are at this career fair. You're able to meet with people like this, person to person. It's a fantastic one. Let's give a round of applause once again to Jobberman, as I ask us all to stand to welcome our Deputy Governor, Dr. Hadiza Sabwa Balarabe. Thank you so much.
Kindly sit down, please. Honorable Commissioners from the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Technology, Agriculture, Sports Development, Education, Housing and Urban Development, Human Services and Social Development, Finance, Planning and Budget Commission, permanent secretaries and heads of agencies that are here with us, special advisors, senior special assistants, and other very government officials who are here, the chief executive speakers and panelists, employees of labor who are here, our dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm pleased to be in attendance at this first ever Jobberman Career Fair in Kaduna State. This event symbolizes a significant stride towards addressing the unemployment challenge that our state faces. Jobberman, I understand, is at the forefront of connecting talents with opportunities. I want to use this opportunity, therefore, to commend Jobberman for its commitment to bridging the unemployment gap in our state and other states in Nigeria. Unemployment continues to pose a threat to national security with increasing poverty. The World Bank estimates that Nigeria's national unemployment rate stood at 33.3% at the end of Q4 2020, with Kano, Katsina, Kaduna, Sokoto, Jigawa, and Bauchi states being the top 6 states with the highest poverty rate between 2021 and 2022. And according to the Kaduna State Bureau of Statistics, the proportion of the population of the state living below the national poverty line is as high as 86%. This situation is not acceptable. And thus, this administration, led by Senator Obasani, is determined to cause a change in the narratives. This administration believes that a well-developed is pivotal to reducing unemployment and thereby lifting citizens out of poverty. It therefore means that we will take every measure to equip citizens with proper education, requisite skills, and quality healthcare to ensure that our youth are employable and or capable of employing themselves. Government is desirous of establishing strong and enduring collaborations with organizations that are willing to provide employment for our people. We are supporting efforts by the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, and the Milk Value Chain Foundation to implement the Enhancement of Youth Employment Project. This project aims at addressing youth unemployment, particularly in pastoral communities of Chikun and Kubo local government areas of the state. Government has facilitated the establishment of large-scale farms and many companies in the state that will provide employment for our people. It might interest you to note that by specific and strict directives from His Excellency, Senator Obasani, all government ministries, departments, and agencies are to ensure that they put processes in place to assure ease of doing business by private initiatives. Rich resources and diverse population is brimming with untapped potentials that can be harnessed by the private sector while encouraging our young ones and also engaging them. Today, as we witness the convergence of about 1,500 eager job seekers and dynamic employers, we embark on a journey to unlock potentials and propel Kaduna into a future of shared prosperity. This career fair is not just but it represents for me a catalyst for change. It signifies a collaborative effort between the public and private sectors to create an ecosystem where talent is recognized, nurtured, and given the platform to thrive. As we explore opportunities in finance and banking, technology, logistics, telecommunications, agriculture, and even beyond, let us keep in mind that each job created is a step towards a more vibrant and resilient Kaduna State. The activities lined up for today are approach this event with an open mind and a determination to showcase their skills and abilities. To employers, I urge you to see beyond the resumes and recognize the wealth of talent that lies within each individual, which gives a sense of what our state holds. The inclusion of gender-focused seminars underscores our commitment to diversity and inclusivity. By ensuring equal opportunities, we pave the way for a more balanced and prosperous future. I implore those directly involved in the process to allow for a level playing field. And I assure you that you will be surprised what women can do. Together, let us build a future where every individual has the opportunity to contribute to the progress of our great state. I am optimistic that the positive outcomes that will emerge from this gathering, may the connections established here today lead to countless success stories and contribute to the growth and development of our beloved state. Heartfelt appreciation again to Joberman for choosing Kaduna to host this career fair. And I pray that this provides a platform for a beautiful and enduring relationship with the state. I wish everyone a very fruitful and impacting experience at this career fair. May this event open up an era of employment, poverty reduction. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, you cannot go, but we're going to keep you back just for a few minutes. We want to have pictures. Would like to have pictures with you. So I would first like to call up the Honorable Commissioner of the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Technology, and also follow up. Can we have the picture quickly? Can we have the Joberman team please come up? Right. Now that we have the Joberman team already with them, let's have the commissioners please all come. Do we have all our special advisors and committees? Right, exactly. Can we have, do we have all the pictures? Because I think that it's going longer this way than that way. Okay. Okay. All right. So can we have the committee, the planning committee of this career fair, also Kaduna State? Yes. the Kaduna State Committee, the Planning Committee. Please, could you come? I think the commissioners can, we're done with the commissioners now. Now it's the Planning Committee. Okay, if we're good with that, please let's have the panelists, because I've been made to understand that the deputy governor might not be with us for long. So let's milk her, let's milk the presence as much as we can right now. So please let's have all the panelists come up and take the pictures now. The panelists, the speakers, please come up. Blue panel, please come up. Are we getting this? It's kind of curved this way. I hope we're getting you're well. So thank you very much, Your Excellency. If we're still going to have Her Excellency with us for a while, are you stepping out now? Or we're having. She wants to do it quietly without us knowing. We want to know when you're going. But anyway, so this is where I'll call up Aaron John, who is the Chief Resilience Officer, Kaduna City Office of Resilience, to come and give us his keynote address. Please could we welcome Aaron John. Thank you very much. A round of applause.
Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Kaduna State, Honorable Commissioner, Business and Innovation, other members of the State Exco, other senior government officials present here, the Executive Officer of Jobberman, the Program Manager Partnerships and his team, heads of organizations, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Aaron John, and it's an honor to be here at the Kaduna Career Fair and to deliver this keynote address. To extend my gratitude to Jobberman for organizing this pivotal event for us here in Kaduna, and to congratulate you on your long-standing history of bridging the gap between companies and the talented professionals that they need. Thank you especially my brother Ahmed Alaga for inviting me to share my thoughts with you today. By show of hand, if you have heard, used, or talked about artificial intelligence like ChatGPT this year, can I see your hand? If you know that it exists, can I see your hand? So more than 60% of hands are up. Fantastic. I bring this discussion because what artificial has rivaled the impact of what Steve Jobs did with the iPhone in 2007. This brings to mind the realization that technology is evolving rapidly and we are breaking new grounds than ever before. The accelerating pace of innovation, which is also known as law of acceleration. What this means, and because we exist in this time where advancements are happening more frequently, job seekers and recruiters must also now rethink tools for skill enhancement, knowledge development, and innovation are more accessible, efficient, and intelligent than ever before. And they are fast becoming collaborative partners in our daily endeavors. Again, what does this mean for job seekers, for employers, in an era by generative AIs like BARD and ChatGPT? There's a common fear echoing in the corridor of the job market that AI is coming for our jobs. And they are indeed coming, but not in the way that you might think. This advancement in technology are targeting the jobs that have long bogged us down with repetitive tasks, preventing us from engaging in more creative problem solving and fast forward thinking work. And I see this not as a threat, but as a profound opportunity for us to our focus from mundane tasks to the realm of creativity, innovation, and strategic thinking. This is our chance to redefine what work means for us and how we contribute to the ever-evolving landscape of our industries. For employees, for employers, this shift to more on how candidates can think differently, approach problems innovatively, and adapt to change. This is about finding the individuals who are not just skilled, but also agile thinkers and lifelong learners. And as job seekers, and I think this is your approach, to become individuals who are not just skilled, but agile thinkers and lifelong learners, especially in fast-paced industries like finance and technology, where innovation is rapid. Organizations are increasingly valuing diverse skill sets and experiences over conventional academic qualifications. While I don't say this to diminish the value of formal education, but it does highlight the growing importance of continuous learning and personal development. As these trends take hold, the challenge for job seekers is to remain versatile, open-minded, and continually evolving. For employers, the challenge is to identify and nurture talent that can thrive in a dynamic environment. In essence, the future of work is about humans and technology, not innovation. It's an exciting time where the boundaries of what we can do and achieve are expanding like never before. Embracing this change, for me, I think is not just an option, it's necessary for success in a modern world. This brings me to the importance of skills that transcend disciplines. I'm talking about soft skills. Unlike our parents, who some of them may be seated here, many of us will likely work across dozen organizations and different. The skills needed to thrive in this ever-changing environment are crucial. Gone are the days where it is acceptable to have zero people skills because you can code, sing, or a painter. Because guess what? The generative AI tools can do all of these things too. Evolving landscape deliberately and intentionally develop interpersonal skills because it has become imperative. Skills like effective communication, empathy, and teamwork, and emotional intelligence are so vital because these are the skills that machines cannot replicate, at least yet. Building and nurturing relationships is also equally important. In your journey, finding your tribe, finding your community of like-minded individuals is also invaluable because these connections don't just offer support and collaborative opportunities, they also are the birthplace for radical ideas that can change our world. through these communities, it is essential to find a cause that resonates with you. We have transitioned from the generation that was asked, what do you want to be when you grow up? To the one that considers, what problem do I want to solve? And this shift in perspective, I think, is crucial because a transformative mindset like that, the world is your oyster. Finding a cause gives your goals for reasons participate in school or community organizations. These experiences are invaluable in building a diverse network across various fields. And a piece of unconventional advice, streamline your CV. Take away the clutter from your CV. As a fresh graduate, it is okay to not have a 4-page CV. Instead of cluttering your CV with every minor job, I think you should focus on experiences that align with your career goals. For instance, if you've worked in sales and you're looking for a job in sales, highlight your job in sales. It makes no sense listing out all the times you have been a sales boy and a sales girl for roles that does not align with that. Highlight experiences like community volunteering work that demonstrates your commitment and enthusiasm and impact into making a difference and change your society. And I speak for most employers here that these skills translate. Remember the adage that it's a marathon, not a sprint. This is also particularly true in our career journey. Immediate results may not always be visible, but with persistent effort and passion and the impact of our actions, they will accumulate over time. Forget social media and what you see, and also keep moving forward with enthusiasm and resilience. And I say these words to you, not just because I want to inspire you, but I say them to you because I wish someone said them to me 5, 6 years ago when I was serving as a National Youth Service Corps and I was unaware of the changes that were about to happen in my life. In conclusion, I wish to emphasize this, that nothing, and nothing beats showing up. For many of us, the journey will involve more doors being shut and slammed in our faces than they are opened. Yet, the key lies in persistence and dedication and in showing up every single time, whether people believe in you or not. Show up for yourself, even when it seems challenging. Show up when you commit to learning a new skill. Embrace the learning process with all the ups and downs. Show up when you are given a responsibility, understanding that every task, no matter how small, is an opportunity to demonstrate your commitment and capability. Show up even when you don't feel like showing up. And remember that just like technological advancements, our efforts and impacts grow exponentially. One day, you are sitting at the Umar Musa Yar'Adua Hall at the Jobberman Kaduna Career Fair, absorbing insights from Aaron giving a keynote address and other opportunities that are here. And the next, you could be leading organizations, impacting life, and driving change on a global stage. Your journey might start small here today as job seekers, but with consistent effort, it can lead to an unimaginable height that you also cannot imagine. The key is to keep moving forward, keep learning, keep showing up, remain teachable. And today, I believe, is just one step in your incredible journey. I urge you to embrace it. Let it propel you forward to a future where you too can begin to change the world in a very, very unique way. I thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak to you and for your attention, and I wish you the very best in your endeavor.
Thank you so much, Aaron. A beautiful keynote address. Show up. Be open to learning. I learn every day. Learning excites me. Be open to learning. Do not think you know it all. And just show up. I think that's one of the things that has become anathema for young people today, showing up. Even when you don't feel like showing up, just show up. You showed up this morning. Take advantage of it. Unfortunately, I hear that our deputy governor has to go. So we will, I wish she could be here until the end of it, but duty calls. Yes, I wish you could be here. There are goodwill messages you need to hear from those that you are hosting in this country, in this state. I hear that the Nigerian breweries would have wanted to give a goodwill message, but we have to let you go. So please, are we ready with the national anthem? Please let's rise for the national anthem. We're not done, but the deputy governor has to go. So we will also escort her out. We'll give a 5-minute interlude to have our honorable commissioners escort her to her car and then come back, and the fair continues. The national anthem. Thank you very much, and thank you, Your Excellency, for being here. We will give about 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, to have the honorable commissioners escort her out. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. If I could have some of our Jobberman ushers to go usher our commissioners back inside so that they do not turn it into a meet and greet outside just yet. Just a gentle reminder that we're waiting for them. Our 5 minutes is up and we need to continue. Thank you so much, honorable commissioners, for trying to keep to the the pace we're trying to set here. Thank you. All right. So now that we have our commissioners back seated, I would like to call on the Nigerians. They have a goodwill message for us. And so please, could we put our hands together to welcome a company that has been in Kaduna State for so long, the Nigerian breweries. Thank you. You're welcome. Mr. John and Lady, welcome.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Honorable Commissioner for Business, Innovation and Technology, other commissioners, SA's, Jobberman's team, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I think we're still a good time. Thank you for this opportunity, Jobberman, because this wouldn't have come easy for organizations like us. Nigerian Breweries has been operating in Kaduna for well over 59 years. By January, we'll be 60 in Kakuri. And in Kudenda, we are there since 1980. So we extend our warmest greeting and best wishes to the Jobberman and their team. I must stress this for the opportunity on the initiative for this program. We applaud your effort in creating a platform that connects eager job seekers with esteemed employers. And we are thrilled to be part of such impactful events like you have today. You can see on the faces of most of people with their CVs struggling to come in. I can comfortably tell you that we have some flyers around which we're going to give you. We already have an existing vacancy within our circle of employment in Nigerian breweries. When we go out there, I have two of them here. We're going to share that to you and guide you on how to apply. We are equal employer. Once you have what it takes with the effort of the Jobberman team, giving you the soft skill, we can assure you the sky is a starting point. I won't bore you much with too much of the story. You heard so much about the AI. I must thank the last speaker. He has done the job that we all would have loved to. So on behalf of Nigerian Breweries PLC, we wish you success
action plan. Ladies and gentlemen, Fatima Tafoki. Thank you very much for being here. So at this point, I will introduce our moderator, Dorothy Chukuma. Dorothy Chukuma, People and Culture Senior Advisor of Jobberman Nigeria. Please let's welcome Dorothy. Thank you so much. All right, Dorothy, this is where I hand the program into your hands. I ask that we are mindful of time so that we can move quickly and according to plan. Please give us your attention. Like I said, rich content is on this podium right here. And if you will give your attention, I am pretty sure you will certainly get useful information. Dorothy Chukuma.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much, everyone. And thank you so much for joining us today, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. All right, thank you so much, panel, for joining us as well. I'm sure we're going to be having some heated arguments on this seat. I hope we're excited to be here. So we're going to be talking about a particular topic that I feel that is being due for conversation and discussion, which is the skills and qualities that are the employers are currently looking out for in today's changing job market. First off, I'd like to say thank you once again for joining us. But first off, I'll give you a brief summary of what today's job market is looking out for. Technology is currently evolving, and the job market is evolving, right? And I'm going to say that as technology changes the way we work, where it is very imperative that you actually stay ahead of the curve, right? You have to make sure that you're upskilling, you're developing yourself, and you're ensuring that you're getting things done rightly. So I'm going to be asking a couple of questions, and we're going to be answering this, right? So I'm going to be throwing first question to Rafael Issa, CEO of Greysoft. So can you share specific examples of skills or qualities that have become increasingly important for job seekers in the past few years?
Hi. All right. Good morning, and thank you for that question. Job seekers are really on an increase, right? Everybody's looking for jobs left and right. And as you have rightly mentioned, as technology, seems to be changing everything, one particular kind of skill that is required, or that if I narrow down to the tech field, it'll be things in the lines of coding skills, data science. But beyond that, we see that very increasingly soft skill, just like Aaron said in the beginning, has also become very paramount. And this is because we have things like artificial intelligence really creeping in. Artificial intelligence, in the form of ChatGPT that most of us are used to, are able to quickly become a sort of a virtual assistant to people. I am seated here, and I can tell you that in the last 3 months, I probably have written over 15 proposals. Normally, this will take, say, around, to write a very good one, will take you around 2-3 weeks. To write a very detailed one with research and all of that. But AI is available, but also curate them for you. And so because this is evident now, and this is where we are and what we're facing, we see that beyond hard skills, soft skills are becoming, of course, job seekers who really intend to get great jobs are quickly trying to not just sit before an interviewer and say, look, I know how to code, I know how to do this, but also quickly point out scenarios where they have faced challenges in work environment and how they've been able to infuse emotional intelligence in solving things, how they've been able to demonstrate that they can work with team, and all of these sort of things. One other thing you'll see that that is happening quickly in this day and age is remote work. At Greysoft, we have an innovation hub called Grey Hub. And so you see a lot of people there working remotely. There are people working jobs in the US, in the UK, and Canada from that place, right? And so we quickly see what the dynamics are. Right? You see people who are losing jobs because they can't stay disciplined, right? They can't be timely. This does not mean that they don't have the skill to do the job.
Yeah.
This doesn't mean that they can't code or that they can't analyze data. But there's a thing with reporting on time. There's a thing with showing up when you have to show up.
Remote work, yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So I'm sure that as this conversation grows, we will see other people's view. But then the job market is changing. Requirements both for employers and employees are changing. And as a matter of fact, beyond just having hard skills, job seekers must quickly start to work on soft skills as well.
Thank you so much, Raphael, because you actually made a very clear point. Employers currently seek individuals who cannot just only deliver on their technical assessment or technical skills. They need people that are going to also show that they have soft skills and they can actually adapt in any environment that they find themselves. So I'm going to throw this question to Fatima Fatoki and Tafoki. I'm so sorry about that. So as technology continues to shape industries, right, how can young professionals stay ahead by acquiring relevant technical skills? I know that you currently work with a couple of them. So what are you going to say about that?
Okay, thank you so much for that. I think personally, as technology is really evolving, we as young people will also have to change the way we do things. We also have to keep on learning. I feel technology is here to stay and it's definitely staying forever. So as the dynamics change and things happen, we have to also keep on learning. We have to try as much as possible to improve ourselves and to see that there is really growth in what we want to do. It's one thing is for us to really accept technology. Nobody said everybody must learn how to code, but technology can just be an enabler. You are probably in the banking sector or in the medical field or anything you are doing. How does technology really make your work easier? How does your skill and your knowledge expose you to things that you are able to do within a very short period of time? Well, of course, we have AI tools that can really do so much for us within few minutes. You are able to do things that will probably take you days. So all that skills encompasses the new way of life, and I feel we as individuals or as young people, we really need to be up to speed. We have to hit it and keep on learning. Everything, every new day, someone somewhere is definitely creating more frameworks or even more programming tools. How do we ensure that we are up to the task and we are able to really allow people to learn from us and also to improve ourselves in learning. So for me, it's all about learning and we can't stop that.
Thank you so much, Fatima. I think I agree with you. And this brings me to the next curious question. Do you think that digital literacy is a must-have if you're actually going to get into the world of work?
Well, of course, like it's that's why I said as we move towards the whole narrative of world changing to technology, digital literacy is not just an option right now. I don't think we have any choice to say I cannot do like it's far beyond probably using computers or all that. It has to even do with our smartphones. What has technology brought to us and what are we able to use technology for? So digital literacy is really for everybody, not just for those people that are willing to delve into technology or do things around the tech ecosystem. Technology is really far beyond us able to really write code, like Raf said. It has to do with even the way we do things, the way we handle projects and all that. So I feel digital literacy has to be for everybody, not just irrespective of your career or whatever you want to study. I feel like it should just be part of us. Our school systems has to change. Our curriculum has to be aligned to the technology system, and we have to make sure that from the day someone we begin school, technology has to be part of our way of life.
Curriculum.
So that's just
Yes, thank you so much, Fatima. So Dr. Mustafa Shitu, I'm going to ask this question. So in today's current job market, how has the definition of the valuable skill set evolved for young professionals?
Thank you very much. Yeah, it is, it goes without saying that everyone needs, valuable sets. And what are these sets? They are probably about, we can categorize them into three. You need to have, the technical competencies. You need to have, the soft skills that everyone has mentioned, and then you need to be adaptable. Now, if you break it further down, technical competencies, you need to learn all about the AIs, the chat GPTs, everything that has to do with, the digital world. You have to learn because there's no way there's no way you would be, employed or go into any kind of job without having, even the tiniest knowledge of, the IT world. And we know the IT world is quite, broad. So you would need to do that. Mr. Koki just mentioned, things to do with you having these skills, but you need them because even if you're into business, no matter how tiny your business is, these days you need to do a bit of digital marketing. So you need that. And then when we talk about soft skills, a lot of people talk about communication. It is very key. When Aaron was speaking about, employers now shifting ground, trying to know exactly what they want. If you are being called for an interview, you need to know how to communicate to these people as well. And above all, you need to be a good listener. Because if you don't listen, you can't even understand. Say, for example, you go for an interview and they ask you, about yourself. A lot of people would go, oh, my name is Mustafa, I'm X amount of years. No, there's a specific answer that they can. And if you listen, tell us about yourself. You can go by, look, my name is Mustafa. I have 10 years experience as a business strategist, and in my last, in my experience, I've worked with, Kaduna State Government, I've worked with UBA, I've worked in different roles. And over the years, I've gathered enough experience, I was able to
This your achievement.
strategize, on how we can improve our services for businesses or expand our market. And I'm looking for, a new challenge that would help me attain greater heights. So in about 2-3 minutes, you'll be able to tell them, who you are. They would listen to you carefully. And within those 2-3 minutes, you've explained a lot for them. You've told them who you are, where you've been, and where you want to go. So communication is quite, and again, there's something we call empathy. People need to show that. And you need to have, be able to provide, cutting-edge solutions. So these are soft skills that you need to have. Cutting-edge solutions is not just providing solutions to anything. It has to be cutting-edge. It has to have meaning. It has to have impact. So whatever solution you're giving, if it's not, having impact, is as good as not relevant. And again, adaptability. We know the world is quite chaotic. Things happen rapidly. Things happen, without even any slight advanced knowledge. For example, 2020, we were hit by a coronavirus. Nobody expected it. Now, imagine if people didn't have this IT that we talk about, knowledge, and how to adapt. Things went from physical meetings to virtual meetings, and some businesses actually realized that, look, we're saving lots of money. Organizations realize we're saving lots of money. So if as an employee, if I don't adapt, to these situations, I would lose out. Now, these are the 3 set of skills that you need to have in order to remain relevant in today's job market.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mustafa. Like I said, it's very important to list out the skills that you're supposed to get, but also make it very important that your CV is the first step. Even if you have a beautiful CV, ensure that you also upskill yourself. Ensure you're able to sell yourself within the 2 to 3 minutes that you're speaking to an interviewer. Because if you're coming to me, you're sharing your CV and you cannot sell yourself, then I'm not certain that you're ready to get that job. So you should also learn to sell yourself as well as you having those skills. Ensure that you're good at selling yourself. So thank you so much, Dr. Mustafa. I would also like to ask a follow-up question. So you were mentioning valuable skill sets and you mentioned technology and whatnot. Do you think emotional intelligence is one part of quality that an individual should have when they're actually, in the world of searching for a job?
Definitely, it goes on.
It's on.
Yeah, it goes under the soft skills we're talking about. You need to have emotional intelligence. You need to understand, how do I even collaborate within the workspace? How do I work with people that I meet every day?
Exactly.
You need to understand the vast background. I mean, being someone who has stood in front of students for about 15 years, the first thing you know, if you go for an interview, say you want to change the universities you teach, one of the first things you look at is how can you handle diversity? How can you handle diversity in your class? Because people come from different diverse backgrounds. You have Igbos, Yorubas, Hausas, you have people from China. Yeah. So how do you manage the individual cultures of these people? For example, in this part of the world, I don't know if I want to shake Rafa now, but if I'm in China, I can't do that. I do this. So this, yeah, India
Yeah.
as well, you know.
Yeah.
So these are the things you need to have at the back of your mind when you go to work. You meet people from different, backgrounds. So how do you manage all of that? And again, it's not about how you interact with people. Now your superior sends you a message. You need to have, the emotional intelligence to decipher that message so that you give the desired result. Again, you might have a boss who is quite fiery, and what happens if he calls you into the office, and he gives you the stick? How do you compose yourself and respond to that person? So these are the things you need to have at the back of your mind that yes, you may go into an interview today, and intentionally they might set you up, to test your emotional intelligence.
Yes.
How are you going to react by the time we do this? So the way you respond would surely tell them a lot about you. So these are things, one of the skills that definitely is needed when you go, as a job seeker.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mustafa. All right, over to you, Mr. Ibrahim Muhammad. As advocates for diversity and inclusion, how can young professionals demonstrate the commitment to these principles in the workplace? How can young professionals demonstrate the commitment to these principles in the workplace?
Okay.
I think it's on.
Okay, thank you very much. I think employees actually find themselves in a very difficult situation under the present circumstances because in most instances, they work to these organizations without actually having the necessary skills that are required in those organizations. So that is the reason why every employee must be able to understand three things. The first is to understand the actual job-specific skills in those organizations. Then they need to understand the general skills or the soft ones, and then the qualities that those organizations will require. And based on the fact that societies change, societies move, based on technology and digitalization of operations and functions. So somebody as an employee who is coming into a new system or into organizations must ensure that he is watching the development in the society based on competition, based on technological development, based on digitalization. So employees have a very huge responsibility because for them to be able to be functional where they are, they must be able to add value. And value addition must be able to do two things. One, must help that organization where you are in the competition that they are facing. And number two, for that organization, they have their own objectives within, and that individual within that organization must be able to satisfy that particular objective. If they have certain targets to meet, if they have certain objectives to meet, that individual coming in there must be able to satisfy those. Again, one important thing that find, even where they are within, there are certain things that happen. You will see skill gaps or problems up due to technological development and certain changes within the society. So an employee within a system must be able to, the organization first must be able to do a kind of skill gap analysis based on the progress that has happened. How many reskilling, upskilling do I need to do in order to meet up with the current status of situations globally? So that skill gaps that are going to be done, analysis that is going to be done, will prop up the gaps. As McKinsey has said, one of the leading consultants in the world, when you check organizations, about 40% of all organizations, when you check, you find that more than 50% of their staff have such gaps in their skills. And there will be need for skilling or scaling of skills, and where it's not possible for them to upskill or to skill, then the next step they will have to take is what they call responsible outplacement. And where this thing cannot help that organization, then they may have to put the last option, which means external hiring. then we have to bring in some other personnel that will be able to assist to cover that gap that has been initiated by the analysis that has been done. So in essence, there are certain things that an employee, when he comes into the system, must make sure that he's adaptable. And that adaptability is for him to be able to be relevant on a daily basis, watching changes and challenges coming into that organization and the sector generally and the society generally and globally, so that he will now reskill if it is by himself or upscale by himself, or and the organization has the responsibility too of ensuring that when they identify the certain skills, they try to develop ways of covering the skill. And one major challenge we're having in our society today is that organizations feel they have this skill gaps, but they're not making any effort to provide resources for covering such skill gaps. They expect those people to actually change and operate within the current system, within the new circumstances. So in essence, we need to have a kind of bridge on the side of the employee, develop himself over time, and that organization must be able to ensure that they are providing the resources necessary. First, telling that person the gap, informing that employee's gap that has been analyzed with him, and providing the resources that will be able to cover those gaps. Essentially, in those days, you will see even state governments having staff development centers where their staff are sent there for training. But these days, you will see the need apparently from organizations. We need skills. Our people are they don't even know how to work, and they are not providing those resources for those employees to be trained. They all allow those people to be all by themselves, develop themselves. Even where you want an individual to develop himself, the approach should be to now do a kind of broad essential matrix. If anybody is able to achieve this skill, for example, we are going to pay the fees he has spent on it. So there should be a conscious effort for the skill of skill. Where these gaps are left like that, organizations will continue to be hungry for better skills in their system, and they cannot be able to get that. So these are the kind of conflicts that we must be able to solve within our system.
Thank you so much, Ibrahim Muhammad. So I have a follow-up question just for you to reiterate. As a seasoned banker, right, and a financial expert, are there industry-specific skills that young professionals should actually prioritize developing to remain competitive in the market?
What you see, banking is professional business.
right? You see them in the creative industry, you see them in the music industry, you see them doing stuff, they jump into industries, they create new things. Beautiful, that's wonderful. But there's a key component about mentorship that you cannot overemphasize, and that is simply the fact that the role of a mentor will constantly and always be to help you avoid potholes that you otherwise will have just gotten into.
Yeah.
Why do you want to fall down with resources, waste time, waste all of that, when you can just be shown that, look, it doesn't work that way. I've been there, done that. It won't work that way, right? Do this. The role of a mentor will always also be to give you resources to connect you up to people who are relevant to achieving the things that you want to achieve. You can't, as a matter of fact, overemphasize the role of a mentor as it relates to your growth, regardless of what industry you find yourself, right? So young people, mentorship is key. It's something that you can't do without. If you are going to be a fashion designer, if you're going to be a, name it, whatever it is, the first thing I'd recommend for you to do is to find someone who is really thriving in that space. And if you can't meet that person in, readily, like in person, what you probably want to do is to follow them on Facebook, follow them on Instagram, whatever it is. I've seen people who, there's this young guy who, as a matter of fact, got the notice of Tony Elumelu on LinkedIn because he constantly followed his posts and he kept responding to this post and he kept writing stuff and he kept writing about how he implements all of the advices of Tony Elumelu and those who have had helped him. And of course, one of the days that he did that, Tony Elumelu responded, and required that and requested that they have a meeting. And of course, you understand what blessing it is for someone like Tony to mentor you, right? I'm just saying that that's a way to go about it. And of course, that guy's life has transformed. Yours can be the same. Whether you do that remotely, whether you do that online, or whether you're able to meet any of us here, to mentor you if we are somewhere around your field, mentorship will never be a waste to you. It'll always be a gain that you can readily use. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're going to give the audience. Thank you. Yes, please.
I have a point to make.
Okay.
I think there is one important area that at least the youth, the unemployed, or the coming up should understand when development taking place globally, and that is outsourcing. No matter what Joboman will do, there is a limited number of employments they can be able to generate for the teeming youth of this country because of the high level of unemployment. Now, this issue of outsourcing is what is involved in most developed societies. You don't even need to get employed anywhere. Develop the skills. And once these skills are developed, you will see people identifying you, giving you jobs, even while at home.
Yeah.
At least I have 1 or 2 people here that I know are even working for America here in this country. They don't even need that job. So, and I even saw somebody yesterday who was telling me he's identifying 1 or 2 accountants to do a kind of auditing job he got. So I think on the basis of this fact, I would advise strongly our youth, don't depend entirely on structured job that you look for out there. Try to develop the necessary skills. There are so many skills that if you develop, you are at home, you can even advertise, you know how to do it, what you have, and you will see so many organizations will even call you, not even in Nigeria. I told you I have 2 people here who are working for America. So I think it's an area to look at. The minimum, Joboman can do very, very little to get employment for Nigeria. But you can do a lot to get a job for yourself. And it's even another thing, another source of foreign exchange for Nigeria. So please, I want you to encourage that also. Rather than just paid job, somebody will go. One, that outsourcing, and again, try to find things you can do for yourself. So many sources of finance are there in Nigeria. Look for those sources, develop yourself, and be an employer rather than being an employee. This is my message to all of you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ibrahim. Yes, please.
I think to just add to what they said, it's really around network. I think it's really important for us to build our network.
Yeah.
I can't really count the number of people I've recommended for as low as probably transcribing or something. So please really use your network, and social media is also a good platform for you to sell yourself. You can always post about things that you do to just complement your skills as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fatima. So in essence, what panelists are trying to say is learn to sell yourself, advertise yourself. You have a skill, know how to portray it outside to the world, because you do not know who is going to see it. You do not know who is going to refer you. Referrals are I'm very big on referrals. If people refer people to me for a particular job, I actually take it very strongly. So pay attention to your skills and know how to sell them. It's very important. So we're going to give the audience a couple of time, a minute, I think 10 minutes for them to ask questions. Okay, I think I can see someone asking a question over there already. Please, can you? Yes, that's the first person, and then someone here.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Standing on the existing protocols. Please, my question goes to Mrs. Fatima, the data scientist. I am a health professional, and I want to diversify my...
Can you be more audible, please?
Okay, my name is Amos. I am a health professional, and I want to diversify to the field of data science. So, but I feel like there are so many computer scientists in that field. So I don't know if I can be able to catch up. And I want that to also please help me to differentiate between being a data scientist and also a data analysis, because in my field, I want to focus more on research. So please, I don't know if you can help me to elaborate more on those fields. Thank you very much.
Then you can take this one. You can answer.
Did you get the question?
That's it to you.
Did you get the question?
Yes, I did. Thank you. So I think first thing is really to research. Like data science is still growing. Every day you get to hear new words. Today we are doing data science. Tomorrow we are doing data engineering. Next, so things keep on changing. But just to answer your question, the key difference is data scientists really not just do analysis, but kind of integrate AI and do models. So you do predictive models, you do more advanced analytics than a data analyst who just probably analyze data and share via visualizations and all that. So for a scientist, it's not just getting the data and doing the analysis. It has to do, he has to go ahead to build models and probably do like algorithms that will enable people to really just see through the data and work on it. So, but you can always read, you can always research, and anyone you choose, there is always a space for you. Thank you. I hope I've answered your question.
All right, thank you so much. Next question, someone over here in the front. Please, can we get the mic? Yes, over to the guy.
Good morning, afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aminu Kiari. I'm a technology and business development consultant, and I'll be speaking for the employers. And I will say this, the major challenge for business owners in northern Nigeria, to be particular, is finding employable people and retaining them. So having said so, the challenge we have is identifying is a problem. Then the lack of skills and preparedness for the job is another thing. You'll find people applying, sitting for an interview or to give an appointment, but they are not actually prepared to do the work, even though they even also lack the skills. Then when you manage to have one, retaining them is a problem because, well, they lack skills. They are self-centered in terms of looking for money. And so they're always seeking for another opportunity that pays more. So as a business owner, I want to employ because I think my problem more is having a team than having even extra funding. But we have lots of people. Everybody here has a CV and is a graduate. But I will tell you that most of us here, most of them are not employable or not ready for the job. How do I manage this as an employer? Getting the right person and then retaining him. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for that question. I'm going to leave it for Ibrahim to take that.
Okay. You should have a structured organization. You should be able to have a structured organization. What structured organization means is you must be able to have the right departments doing the right functions. So when you hire, you bring in somebody to have his own life, a career life there. So there is something that they call career development. Every human being wants to be loved, wants to be cared for. So if you bring in that person, try to mentor the development of that person, monitoring progress of that person, identifying when there is need for reskilling and upskilling. When he has certain skills and you see the skills are coming down, try to upskill it. And when there are certain developments within the society or within the company, you can train that person to take up those responsibilities. And when you are rewarding him for all the functions he has done, ensuring that after a certain number of years, if you say you're going to promote somebody, you promote him. And again, most importantly, employees look at the fortunes of organization or employer. You cannot be paying somebody 200,000 naira and your company is multiplying profit every year and you are still leaving him at that level. You must be able to check your competitors. Check what your competitors are doing.
Very true.
If you have an assistant manager in your organization, for example, you are paying him 200 naira. Check similar competing organizations. How much are they paying that person? Their own counterpart of that person. If they are paying him 300,000, you are paying him 200. You can swear with your God that he's going to leave you.
Of course, salary survey is very important.
Actually, you must be able to monitor the development of that person. That is when they say career development. Make that person be part of you. And again, there are companies that even go beyond. They even allow staff to even own shares of their company. So when you are now going to do a right issue or something, allow those staff to have peanuts. Even if you are going to give them loans, deduct from salary or from bonuses, allow them to be part owners of your company. So they will own the company. They are not going to be employees, but they are going to be owned. Do that, live your battle. Thank you very much.
So can I just add a few?
Yes,
things?
please.
Okay, so great. To address some of the questions that you asked, if what we do at GraceUp is basically to have people intern. So we do that extra thing. If you we haven't interviewed you and you're good and all of that, we let you intern for like 2-3 months. Basically 2. If you don't catch it in 2, because you're going to be put in the department that you say you want to be at. And so if you don't catch it in that 2, we can extend to 3. If you don't, we shake hands, we kiss, and that's it. But then if you do catch it in that 2, you are retained and permanented. And that means that you fit the role, because there are a lot of people who come and say that they do this, they do that, present wonderful CVs. And when it comes to actually delivering the work, they don't deliver. And so we don't have the time nor the resources to start to pay those sort of people upfront, only to find out that we've spent so many months or even years and then we're not getting our own side of the bargain, right? So what we do is that we let them intern for a bit, and after a while, we decide to either retain them or hug and say goodbye.
Thank you so much. Okay, we have a question from the live stream. I'm going to post that to you, Dr. Mustafa. Please, we need information on how Nigerians can get remote jobs all over the world, because it looks like Nigerians have been blacklisted by other countries. It's very obvious. Okay.
Well, this is quite an interesting question.
Yes.
For you to get remote jobs, from Nigeria, is what everyone here has said. You need to have the skill. I mean, if you look at, in the United States, most organizations don't really care about your resume. They don't. Just show me you can do it. Like it's just said, they put people through internship. If you can do it, we hug you. If you can't, we shake you and say goodbye. So you need to develop yourself. And whatever everyone here is saying is, whether organizations are trying to get the right people, everything falls back to you, the job seeker. There's what we call strategic positioning. If you don't put yourself in a strategic position, you will lose out. So whatever it is or wherever it is you're looking for a job, you need to have the requisite skills, the requirements to sell yourself. I'll give you an example. If, for example, now I'm being called for an interview, of course, like you said, they've seen your CV and they don't want my CV. There's a certain way we go about responding to questions during interview. If they ask you today, if he's interviewing me and he's telling me, last year we made 10,000 pounds, and this year or next year we're targeting maybe 50,000 pounds. How can you help us, achieve that? You have to listen first. You even have to understand the person. So what I will do is, if I was the one, I would tell him, look, how did we, in a very respectful manner, how did we arrive, at that figure of 50,000 in the next year? The reason why I'll ask that is so that, I'll be able to strategically place myself in getting that job. If they told me last year 10,000, next year 50,000, there must be, some permutations that happened, some things they've seen, and why they think next year they'll be able to make 50,000 pounds. Yeah. So I'll ask, what informed that figure? If he tells me, then I will strategically answer the questions using what he told. So, for example, if he tells me, look, we have we are trying to break the internet or the market through digital marketing, or there are a lot of people that are using this product. So whatever question you are going to answer, you tailor it towards the answers he gave you. So it's all about strategic positioning.
Okay, so just to add to that, just
Okay, let's give it to. Okay, let's give it to the lady. All right, Fatima.
Okay, I actually just wanted to share some remote work platforms that whoever is interested in working remotely. We have Upwork, Fiverr. They are very, very good platforms that people can just sign up and get gigs and probably be earning in dollars. So there are so many other platforms, but I think Upwork specifically is really one of the most leading remote work platforms in the world. So anybody interested in getting gigs remotely can tap on that.
okay. So Upwork is bankrupt now. They filed bankruptcy like 2 weeks ago.
Oh.
but then the thing is, here are some of the things you want to know if you want to do remote. Again, we look to Grey Hub, for example, which is a hub in Kaduna here if you're within Kaduna. And so you can see us after now. But very importantly, certain things make you stand out if you're going to get remote work, especially works internationally. It's beyond whether or not you have the skill, like I said. It is also whether you have a proper reporting, communication, teamwork, collaboration kind of thing. It is whether or not you can use remote work tools like Slack, Zoom, and all of these things. So if you're already looking for such kind of work and you are not very familiar with all these tools that will help you do that, then you're in trouble to start with. If you do have those skills, right, one of the quick things you want to do is to build a portfolio, an online portfolio. Have that, right? And so that when you have someone to market yourself to, you can send that to them. Let me use an example, UI UX. If you are into product design and you want to design interfaces for stuff, you should normally have a page that talks about you, describe you properly, and then have some sample of works that you've done, right? So that when you have this remote interview, you can send them such links so that they can see that. These are ways to prepare yourself for remote jobs, right? And as soon as you have that, you can begin to visit all of these platforms, as well as put your stuff on LinkedIn. When it comes to professional jobs, LinkedIn is one of the key places to put your stuff at, right? You can start to list with Jobberman so that you can get their regular emails, so that whenever there's stuff that fits you, you can do. So look for all of this stuff and put yourself forward. You will indeed get what you're looking for.
Thank you so much for that answer. I think we have a question. Okay, please go ahead.
Well, it's quite exciting. Truly, today I commend Ministry of Business, Innovation, Technology, and Jobman. This very, very good outing. What struck me was when someone spoke on mentorship. And that is where the real issue is. I better face the Gen Z people. It's key because it's both sides, the mentors and the mentees, and they must work together. On the mentor side, I'll pick to us that we must be patient with these young people. Their brain trafficates. They are restless. So all we need to do is identify the skills. We know their capacities. We must pull them, guide them, so that they learn. Because they have the skills, but experience, you can't buy it. It's on the job that you get it. So we must endure because they are restless. They are restless, but they have a lot of ideas up there. So that is from the mentor side. From the mentee's end, that's where the wahala is. They're so impatient. When you see Elumelu,
Just save it.
he did not get there overnight. He endured. He started from ground zero. So please, when you have the opportunity, open your eyes, learn, and you must suffer. You'll feel being used. You must be used before you get there. That's the truth. So please,
I agree.
I believe this government is just doing the right thing. Typically, Kaduna State. Kaduna is being celebrated today because we're able to marry the two. A lot of our agencies are headed by the Gen Zs. Look at Aaron here. He spoke to you here. He was a keynote speaker today, and he told you he served 6-7 years ago, but he's where he is because he got the opportunity and he was patient with his energy. They've achieved so much, and he is where he is today. He's the chief resilient officer. Yes, Murtala Square that we're all working today, we know 2-3 years ago, we know how it looked like, even this hall. So if you take Kaduna markets, it's just one agency in Kaduna. Where were they coming from? They were only managing Abubakar Gumi market, collecting rent. But when the young people with energy came and took over, you see all their stamps everywhere.
I need to round up.
So the mentorship, my take is that we, the elders, so-called, must pull these young people, endure their restlessness, so that we shape them. And then you, the young people, you must endure, you must be patient. It's only then you will get to the peak. All the big people you are seeing, the mentors, they started from somewhere. And it's because they were patient that they got to the level that they are being celebrated today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear panelists. I think we have to round up. But in summary,
Dorothy, I think because of the way you were sitting, you couldn't see. I hear there's some people who have been raising their hands on this side. You couldn't see them. So what we're going to do, because we need to be conscious of time, let's see those people who have had their hands up from time. Just the three hands.
can we have the guy with the glasses?
Sorry, ma'am, if you don't mind. Hello? If you don't mind. Yes. His hands has actually been up all this while. Right, so let's have him.
Good afternoon, all. Okay, thank you all for this opportunity. I'm by name Elias Shedrack, a final year student of Federal University Dusama. And my question is like this. For somebody like me, knowing very well I'll soon be leaving the four walls of tertiary institution, I want to know the soft skills and technical skill that I could use the remaining stay on campus to develop myself on, so that at the end of it, I will have a competitive advantage in the labor market. Thank you.
All right, I would have loved to give this to the panelists, but let me just take that for you. For your soft skills, it's very important for you to train yourself or get yourself developed in skills like communication. Effective communication is very important. Teamwork, collaboration, and time management. With these skills, you're going to be able to be ahead of the curve in the market. So you have to pay attention to those skills, and then your technical skills, based on whatever you've decided to, whatever career path you decided to tow, you can actually start, taking courses. It could be certification courses, it could be YouTube courses. You can take Udemy, Coursera, and then Jobberman has soft skill trainings. You can also go up there and take trainings on soft skills. This would actually help enhance whatever career path you've decided to choose for yourself. Did I answer your question? Hello, did I answer your question, Elias? Thank you so much. I think we'll take two more people and okay. Yeah, one person.
Still standing on the existing protocol. I'm by name Gideon Asham Joshua. I just want to ask this question concerning the dichotomy issue that is happening in the country. The polytechnic graduates and the university graduate, actually. I went for an interview and it was after the transport, other things. It was stated that it's basically meant for the BSc holders. I felt somehow, does it mean that the polytechnics are not recognized? And so I just want to ask the jobberman if there could be any way there could be a mediator between such kind of events where discrimination should not be actually be a key in this aspect, but rather competency and maybe dedication, other variables that can be used. So I don't know, what would your government do in regards to that? Thank you.
Okay, I think I'm going to give you a very vivid example. I'm going to use myself. You have to upskill. That is something you can never underestimate. You have to upskill. If you have HND, try and see if you can, probably get a PGD. That can help you. Organizations keep a structure. They have their own policies. You can't expect them to, bring the policy down because they want to hire HNDs. Not that HNDs are bad, no. But you have to be honest with yourself. These companies also want to have their structure. You don't want a maybe jobber man bringing their standards down, whereas we have shell company taking the standards up. Jobber man is also, seeing themselves in that aspect. So you also have to ensure that you're upskilling. I myself, I have my BSc, but I've also gone to do what? Get an MBA, because I know that there are roles that require me to have such certification or such qualification for certain roles. So you have to also try to upskill yourself.
Please, can we get the microphone to Mr. Alaga?
Yes, please.
Who has the microphone?
Microphone, please. Okay. I made your voice loud.
So I started with an NCE. I started with an NCE right here from Kaduna Polytechnic. And I got my first job with an NCE. I can tell you that my first pay was 50,000 naira. And after 3 months, they told me that they made a mistake. And that based on my, level of education, I was to earn 30,000 naira. And as a timid young person, I wasn't worried that we're telling that my salary is now 30,000 naira. I was worried that they were going to ask me to refund 60,000 naira, which is now working for 2 months for free. That was my fear. But I sat down as I listened to everything everybody said to me. I knew that at that point, if I was doing the job for the past 3 months and I got accolades, what's the difference? I didn't need anybody to tell me it was based on my degree. So I pushed on. I did so well that I led programs for that organization to the point, right? I became a senior program staff with an NCE and was earning the same money as someone who had a degree. And at that point, it was the organization itself that said, come, would you like to do a degree? Are there options for you to upskill? And I said, yes. And I'm thinking about it. I said, okay, you know what? We will move you back to a contract staff. And we'll allow you to go to school. We'll extend your leave period to cover your exam period. However,
You need to go back to the blue collar jobs and the green collar jobs. And it has to do with your talent, your potentials, and the passion with which you have in effecting a change within your environment. We're proud to be associated with this program, and we will work with the organizers of the program. We're already having an established relationship with the Kaduna State government. In particular here, we have a multi-billion industry set up for the particular users. Unfortunately, they are used to the local milling methods and the rest of it. So where are the youths to take over those machineries and work on them? Right now, we have an industrial development center in Zaria that is producing belts, wallets, shoes, and all other leather materials. But you will hardly find the Nigerian youth taking that as an opportunity to use. Smyrna has 23 industrial development centers spread across the Federation of Nigeria, and we're begging that the Nigerian youth should come forward and take some slots. Identify yourself before you be identified. I listened to the wonderful story of Mr. Alaga right now, and he said he identified himself first. What we need to do is to first of all identify ourselves. Recently, we just did a talent hunt program in Kaduna State. I will tell you this. Most of the participants that came from neighboring states. We had fewer who came in from Kaduna State. And that was an opportunity for you to show yourself in recycling and waste management. And Smina will give you a grant to support your business. It went, and we had the event. Before now, we had several interactions with the National Association of Small and Medium Enterprises, National Association of Small Scale Industrialists, and we've given out grants. Ladies and gentlemen, take your phones right now and check. Yesterday, a 5 billion naira fund has been signed between Smithern and Sterling Bank. 5 billion. Let's hold. Don't clap. Don't clap. We are tired of people clapping when they heard funds, billions. Application is open. Go to Smithern website, click Smithern Sterling Bank, apply. When you get money and people will not apply, that is the challenge. If you are going to help somebody to apply, please start reading what it takes to write a business plan. It will work.
master's in business administration. Before her graduation from the university, she volunteered with the Developmental Association there, supporting the solar cooker deployment program. For the women on this panel. I just kept reeling out. Okay, so I know it's a good thing, and maybe I shouldn't have announced it at the time I did, because now we have people moving in and out of the auditorium. Everything in good time. I thought we could have people go and register quietly and come back in. But as is, there seems to be a crowd at the door there. So please, Ruazi is saying, go back to your seats. There will be time to register. Come back and sit down, please, because it is disrupting the program. It is disrupting the program. So please, everyone, come back inside. Even if you go outside now, Ruazi is not going to register you. So please come back inside. There will be enough time for that after the program. I still see a crowd at the door. Please come back inside. Thank you. And this is where I introduce our moderator for today. Our moderator is Rebecca Malome Padonu. She's a passionate advocate for vulnerable households. A round of applause for her, please. You're welcome, Rebecca. She is a passionate advocate for vulnerable households, children, and young persons. A public servant, educator, and practitioner in theater for young audiences. She graduated with a first-class honors in theater and performing arts from the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, where she is currently having a stint as a graduate assistant. Rebecca is a Kashim Ibrahim Fellow, Cohort 1. That was in 2018, a platform created by the Kaduna State government to nurture leadership potential in youth across Nigeria. She held a position at the Kaduna Social Investment Office as a special assistant to the governor, where she was involved in various social interventions from 2019 to 2023. Currently, she serves as the senior special assistant to the governor of Kaduna State on gender and social inclusion since August 2023. In this role, she's advocating for gender equity, social inclusion, and equal opportunities in northern Nigeria. Rebecca's ultimate goal is to promote personal leadership and social development in children, young people, and vulnerable households within her community, Nigeria, and consequently the world. Ladies and gentlemen, a women-led women field panel. A round of applause for them, please. You know, when women are occupying a place, wisdom comes out, and you many times miss it, because many times you just say, what has this woman got to say? However, there's a lot that women have embedded in them. All right, so in the spirit of keeping to time, the time is 1:26 now, Rebecca, as I hand over to you. And you have, we're supposed to start at 12:55 and end at 1:35. Okay, so we're talking about some 45 minutes, all in all. I would like to please draw your attention to the mics. Right, please speak into it, because when you turn and want to look at the audience, your voice just fades away. So when you're speaking, speak to the moderator. The audience can actually hear you. And this is where I hand over to you, Rebecca. Thank you. A round of applause for them once again, please.
All right. Thank you very much. And I think we have been warned. So we'll have to be judicious with our time. Standing on the existing protocol, even though we are seated. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Seems you are not happy that we are here. Good afternoon, everyone. Awesome. So to set this session in motion, I would love to share two quotes gotten from a book, Lean In, written by Sheryl Sandberg. It's a book about women, work, and the will to lead. And it says, on page 8, we compromise career goals to make room for partners and children who may not even exist yet. Compared to our male counterparts, our male colleagues, fewer of us aspire to senior positions. On page 18, there is far more to life than climbing career ladder, including raising children, seeking personal fulfillment, contributing to society, and improving the lives of others. This speaks to the reality of women professionals, career women, and that is why we are here today. And I'm particularly happy that we have men here, because the men are our colleagues, our family members, our partners, siblings, and you have a role to play in this balance, because we are talking about balancing career aspirations and personal life goals. Are we together? So at this point, I would love that the panelists take an opening statement. And in your opening statement, quickly, because we are working with time, whatever we are saying per person, let's try to work with 2 minutes. So in your opening statement, can you tell us, in your opinion, what is the greatest myth or misconception about women professionals or career women in general? You can start.
Okay. So for me, I think the greatest myth that I think exists around women career professionals is the fact that if you're doing well in your career, then it means you're not doing well with your family. Thank
Hello, everyone. I think for me, the greatest myth would be, and it's something that I have experienced a lot of times, it's if a woman is doing well professionally, there is somebody somewhere pushing for that, not necessarily because she has the skills or the expertise. There's just somebody somewhere making way for her. For me, that's that.
Okay, as for me, I think the most popular misconception or the myth that I have heard is that you cannot excel in your career and then be a great mom. It's either you're a great mom or then you're a career person, and you cannot also be a homemaker. So it has to be one. I think that's the one that I've heard the most.
Thank you so much. And I think I actually align with you. Over time, people think women must choose. You can't be a great career person and still be a great career mom. It's almost like there is a battle. You must choose one. Choose one. Stay one place. It's either you're a mother, go and take care of your children, or oh, you're an MD, CEO. Yes. They do not believe that women can have a balance. Be a great career woman and at the same time be a fantastic mom. Let's get going. And I'll start with you, Sophia. Have there been moments in your life where you had to make a certain decision, a career decision that has impacted your personal life, whether negatively or positively, and how did you handle the situation?
Okay, so for me, I started working with Sose after graduation, and that was in the year 2010. And in the year 2014, I had to get married because it's good also to get married, settle down, have your family, have your kids. And I had to decide whether to leave my job and make a family or not agree to make a family and continue my job. So at that time, it was very difficult. And this brings me back to having mentors, people you can lean on. Leaning actually said a lot about that. If you can, as a woman, try to read that book. It will really boost your confidence in whatever it is you want to do. So I had to decide, and it was a very, very confusing moment for me. But luckily, I had support. I had support structures. I had my mom, I had my sisters. Everything was there for me. So I leaned in to make decision. And I was told, sometimes in life, you lay some things back to just move, but it doesn't mean you're leaving it behind. You'll pick it up as soon as you're able to balance the thing up. And that was exactly what I did. So I had to leave my job at that time in 2014. I moved in with my husband in Abuja. So 2014, 2015, I'm married to a military man who was then transferred just a year after the marriage. And I had the opportunity to either stay back in Abuja and look for a job, though I had a project I managed just within 6 months and I was done with that. So I had the opportunity of staying back to look for another job or move back home and continue from where I stopped. And I didn't think twice about it. I had to move back because I was already very excited about my journey at Sose and all that I have been doing. And for me, the extra knowledge I gained from the place I worked for 6 months, I couldn't wait to come back home and see how I can infuse that into what I've been doing before now. And one thing stood out for me, the reason why I wanted to work in Kaduna, it's simply because my support structure is in Kaduna. And as a career woman, you will need that support. So you need to understand it. You need to understand what are your support structures, what are your priorities, what are your career goals, and then you learn to tie them together. And that way, you just find yourself growing exponentially. So that's it for me.
Thank you so much, Sophia. And I think two things stood out for me. One is that there are some times in life you don't have to carry everything at the same time. Because sometimes you tell yourself, oh, I'm not progressing. You are your own enemy because you're doing 1,000,001 things together and you don't have a focus. She said priorities. There are some things you leave at some point, you come back to them. And of course, she kept mentioning support system. We will get to that. So now to you, Najat, too. I had asked a question about a decision in career that affected her personal life. Now I'm asking you, is there any point in your life where something in your personal life actually significantly contributed to your career's success?
Okay, thank you for asking me that question. So first of all, I need to say something. I think one thing that I'm grateful for in my life today, some people might believe, some might not, is that in my whole life, God down, I have never looked for a job. Myself, no, jobs come to me. So it is now left for me, if this job comes, do I want to take it or not? So one of the challenges personally that I have had is taking my current position as senior special assistant to Kaduna state government. So before then, I was working in Abuja as a clinical psychologist and I was doing absolutely well, and all that. And then of course, I knew that I had the potential to be this where I am today. And my family is my number one support system. I have my sister seated somewhere around here. I don't have to point fingers at her. But my family have been supportive from day one. And I know that I know what I want in life. I think about my life. I'm high on self-awareness. I know that I'm self-reliant. I know what I want. My goals and are set, and my priorities as well are set. But one of the difficult decisions that I have had to make is to take my current job. Now, why? Number one, I was already a professional, and this was an entirely new, an entirely new sector. Does that mean I'll be in politics? What would people think about me? A lady, a northerner, a Muslim, taking a very sensitive position in governance. To be honest, at that point in time, I wasn't even thinking about my career growth. I was thinking about what would people say? Does this mean that it's going to be life-changing for me? I am a person that likes my things structured. I plan my life. My work was flexible. But what would people think of me? And I know, of course, I come from a very typical Hausa background. Oh, who would marry her? She's into politics. And to be honest, I just told, even the day the announcement was being made, I was so anxious. I was thinking, do I relinquish this appointment or do I take it? It's big for me, but then what do I need to do? But if I don't take it, is it an opportunity that's being lost? But one thing that has helped me is the prayers that I have done to God and my family. They showed me that it's not really, I should just be myself. Of course, I know what I'm doing, and I know that whatever it is that I am here, God brought me here, and at the same time, I know that it is my expertise. It is also because I have something to offer. She said, Naja, you're a person who loves to make impact to your immediate environment, to people, and this is an opportunity for you that God has chosen you to serve the people and make a difference. Why don't you take it? Husband, it would come. Everyone has their type. I've seen men that would say, I can never marry a career woman. I've also seen men that will say, what? I need to marry someone that can represent me anywhere. Both are not wrong. It depends on, different mindset. So is this for you to know, hope that you're going to meet your kind of person and then just believe in yourself and do your thing. That's one of the major things I've had to take in my life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Najatu. One thing that stood out is the fact that you need to know what you want. It needs to be clear, crystal clear. And from there, every other thing will fall into place. So now my question for you, Farida, is what specific strategies have you found effective in managing the demands of both your professional and personal responsibilities? Please, as specific as possible. Thank you.
Okay, so for me, one of the most important strategy that worked for me is managing my time, knowing to set the boundaries between my professional work and my personal life. that has helped me a lot because I started in the banking industry, right? And then it's easy for someone to even call you after work to want to inquire about something or to even want to take a conversation deeper. But I had to put, boundaries. I had to set boundaries. Once it's closing time, that has to be my personal, my personal time. Did I wrong some people? Yes, I did. But then it's something that I had to be true to myself, true to my course, my values, my goals. I had to say them clearly. This is me. I have a personal life. I have a family. And sometimes I joke about it and I say, well, put yourself in my shoes. Would you want not seeing your wife for a whole day and then she's at home carrying the work over and then talking about work again when she should focus on her family? That has worked for me too. And also the support system, really, that has also worked for me. I surrounded myself, thankfully, with my family. They helped in one way or the other. So inevitably, there are times that, you just have to put in those extra hours. So they were there to step in.
All right, thank you very much. So this particular question is for all three of you. When you keep talking, it seems like, oh, there are no issues, no challenges. So right now we're going to discuss challenges. So what are some challenges that you face while you're trying to balance your career aspirations and personal life goals, and how have you been able to handle them so far?
Thank you, Rebecca, for that question. Interesting. The challenges I've faced so far. The first and foremost challenge is burnout. And how have I been able to manage this? At some point, there was a time in my life where, like Rebecca said earlier, we are our own demons. We want to do 1,001 things all at the same time. And then you expect yourself to be productive. You expect yourself to still have time to rest. You expect yourself, like, you want to do everything and still have time for the other things. So there was a time in my life when it was so difficult to say no because I felt like I'm a woman. You want to answer to everybody. You want to be the nice one. You want to be the nice wife. You want to be the nice mom. You want to be the best daughter. You want to be the best sister and all that. But at some point in time, I had to learn to say no, like in capital letters. No, I'm not doing this. I'm your daughter, yes, but I'm not going to do this for you. I can't come and gist with you. I have a deliverable to put in at work. I can't come and gist with you simply because after gisting, then I'll spend the whole night trying to meet up with deadline. Mom, I can't come around this time simply because I have a deliverable to do. I'll see you maybe by the weekend. I tell my kids, you know what? You need to go to bed now because it's bedtime and I already have plans for what I want to do after you go to bed. So you have to go to bed. It's not that time that you want to sit and gist me everything that happened in school. Like, I had to just set boundaries. And the challenge is trying to really know what are the priorities. You understand? Like, there are a lot of things out there to be done. So trying to understand what are the priorities that I need to attend to first before I do the other ones. And how I was able to manage that is simply asking myself some questions. Okay, if you don't do this, what would happen? If you don't do it at all, if that happens, what next? You ask yourself the what 3 times. If you feel there is still a solution even after the third question, then that can hold on. Do the next one that after the third, what next? There is no answer to it, then you know that that falls at the top part of the priority table. That fits into the top part of the priority table. But for those ones that still have answers, you just push them down. And for me, that helped me to know how to prioritize. And being able to prioritize has been improving my time management skills. So for me, these things have really worked for me. Yeah.
So definitely, definitely there are lots of challenges. I think challenges far outweigh even the success that we see. Just that there are some we choose to amplify and those that we choose to just, bury down and just keep moving. For me, one of the challenges has been, yeah, I experienced a lot of burnout. A lot of burnout. You work from morning till evening, and the next day you find yourself on the way to a meeting. Sometimes you don't even know about this meeting that is going on in another city until like the previous night, and then it's between, oh my God, how do I go? And then now I have to go get my kids ready to take them to probably my family house, or get someone out of the blue moon, call one of my cousins or one of my sisters to come and sit and stay with them, to babysit them, because like they also have to be ready. I had to sit them down and say, please, you have to help me. There are times I'll just have to call you out of the blue moon. You just have to make way for it. So it's also challenging, because you're going to have to honor that invitation professionally, and then you have to cover the home front. It's sometimes it's so tasking that you don't see it. Thank God we don't look like what we go through, every day. But it's really challenging. And secondly, it's on this journey, right? On this professional journey, you lose friends, you lose some family members, you burn some bridges, some relationships are dented. Simply because, oh, now she's important, or she didn't make time to come for this, or she didn't make time to come for that. But it's just something that sometimes we try to make, and sometimes we just have to choose the priority. What is your priority at that time? Or sometimes they don't understand, most especially if they're not in the professional world. They just feel like, oh, all of a sudden it's just important. So it's one of those challenges, how to balance, that friendship, that family relationship, being at that wedding ceremony, being at that wedding, being there to receive that lady, convey the bride. It's a lot sometimes.
Thank you so much. You've said a whole lot, a whole lot. And like you said, these decisions will be so hard. It will be so hard. And if you're in a circle where people do not understand what you're going through, they will feel like, oh, because now she's SSA to the governor, she doesn't have our time again. We don't belong to her levels again, her carcass. No, it's not like that. It's because you're busy. So you will lose friends, like you said. You're going to lose lots of people when you have to make the hard decisions. And like, something you said, Sophia, I do that a lot too, because I'm a to-do list person. So I can take care of things. So when I'm in a tight corner, I will look at the to-do list and I will say, what is one thing here or things here that if I don't do it, nobody will die? I'll just take it off. I'll literally just look at it and say, if I don't do this one, who will it affect? Oh, my boss will shout at me for this. Okay, let me do it. This other one is for, let me leave it. Oh, this one is for my personal. Okay. So you have to do those things and prioritize. And I think that is where we are ultimately getting to. So before you answer yours, let me just ask you a question by the side, because our time is fast spent. So let's talk about boundaries. They had spoken about boundaries before now. You know how that you were the one who said you know what you want and then you go for it. And there are times we have actually told ourselves that after 5 p.m., nobody should call me again. Weekends is for me. Do not call me for work on weekends. It's for my own personal life goals. But then 10 p.m., your boss is calling. 11 p.m., a client is reaching out. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, your boss is calling to say, Najatu, please, the Allah, you need to do this thing. But you have told yourself now that no, you are not responding to anybody. So we speak about boundaries. We know that sometimes these boundaries can be flexible, rigid, but just want to ask you, are there specific techniques that you use, to set such boundaries? And are there obstacles that you encounter, and how do you handle them? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is a very important and interesting question. Talking about boundaries, one of my favorite topics to talk about, because, before we talk about boundaries, we have to talk about two things. So before a person can have boundaries, you have to have values. What do you stand for? What kind of person do you like? How would you want to be addressed? How would you want to be seen? Do you have values, or are you just living? And all that. So talking about setting boundaries, of course, there are many people that will overstep your boundaries, but then you teach people how to treat you. You teach people how to actually talk to you. But when it comes to work, I understand that, dynamics of work can change. I would tell you, I wouldn't say this now when like if you have asked me this like 6 months ago or 8 months ago, you know, because I remember a time where I was working somewhere and I have the habit of maintaining telephone etiquettes. You don't call a person too early and don't call a person too late unless it's the matter of life and death. Don't call. You can drop a text or any other thing. And I remember a time where my former MD Summer would have the habit, hello, Najatu, at 11:30, I've already gone to bed. Najatu, you know, you have to check your email right now. We have to do this. And I'm like, okay, sir, you asked me, is that okay? Yes, of course, sir, it's absolutely okay. I'm happy to do that. Are you sure? Yes, I'm happy, sir. And then what is this teaching? After a week again, he's going to call at 12, perhaps. Najatu, we need to ensure that the meeting has to happen, but did I do this? I'm like, okay, sir, it's fine. And I realized, why am I doing this? The day I asked myself why was the day I was called on a weekend to come to work, you know, as early as 7 a.m. or what. And I had already planned a lot with my family. And I had to be like, okay, I had to start checking in what way, what is the very respectful way to tell your boss that this is actually obstructing your work-life balance. But then I understood that there's nothing like work-life balance. And that was number one thing that actually made me stressless. There's nothing like work-life balance. You cannot attain work balance means 50-50, no? There can't be 50-50. You can't say 50% I'm giving to life and 50% I'm giving to work. It doesn't happen. That's a fallacy. It's abstract. But one thing you can attain is work-life integration. How am I able to integrate work into life and life into work? I know that my kind of job, there are times where weekends are for myself, other weekends are not for myself. I plan my weekends beforehand. What do I need to do? Oh, of course, family, they need my time. Friends, they need my time. I can say yes to this. I know that boundary means saying no, or, you know, see, communication is everything. I believe that you can say anything in the right way and anything in the right manner, you know, and all that. There was a time I needed my time to be adjusted because I didn't like the way I was staying up late, and I just had to give valid reasons for that. And then at the same time, when you set boundaries, you need to ensure that you're not feeling guilty of saying yes or guilty of saying no. Particularly, I am a very hardworking person. I need no one to tell me that because I know that I'm a hardworking person. But at the same time, when you see me living life, please just leave me alone. I need that as well. Let me give you a classical example. About 2 weeks ago, I happened to go to a program where, you know, it was just basically a sip and paint. Everyone knew that, Naja walk, she's in front. But then people saw my WhatsApp story and they're like, hello, oh, you even went for painting. They were trying to inflict guilt in me. Why would you make me feel guilty when I was working? No one told me, Naja, you've been working you know, your heads up, go and rest. But then when I'm resting, that's when you want to tell me, oh, you even went for painting. Yes, I did. I went for painting for my mental well-being. So I'm just basically saying that it's not always easy trying to say yes to things and no to things. You need to know your priorities. You also need to know how to communicate the way you say no. Of course, you can't tell your boss straight up no. But there's a way you make it seem like, okay, is this something we could do tomorrow, first thing in the morning, sir? I would ensure to get this deadline by 8. Does this work for you, sir? Oh, I'm really sorry. I wish I had known about the plan just a day back or earlier on. Is it okay that if we reschedule the meeting on so time, as this is not convenient for me? Oh, sir, okay, I understand this is what we need. Is it okay if I delegate this to XYZ person? So as you're setting boundaries, you need to know how to communicate the right way before you go and offend people. So that's just basically what I have to say. And I'm going to also re-emphasize on the essence of mental health and self-care. You would lose yourself. And there's this quote that says, it's easier to lose yourself than to gain yourself back. You know, and then sometimes you also have to disconnect to connect. So that's just basically what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Najatu. I think one thing we need to stress, especially when it comes to work, is that if you don't say it, your boss is not in your head. So when your boss sends something and says, I need it done now, there's a way you can ask if this can wait till the morning. Because sometimes, to be fair to our bosses, it's the way the thing drops in them. They just want to say it at that time. Oh, Najatu, can you bring up this memo? But if you had said, okay, what's the deadline for this memo? He probably will tell you, oh, it's next week Friday, I need it. It means you have more time. But if you don't talk, if you don't say anything, then you stay up that night working on it, only for your boss to come 1 week after and say, Naja, did you send me that memo that day? Please resend it. Oh God, you feel so bad. So learn to speak up. Now, quickly, can we answer this question now in like 1 minute? To you, Farida. Sometimes we talk about mentorship. We need mentorship. We've been talking about support system. How important is support system and mentorship to this balance that we've been talking about? What roles do family members, mentors, friends actually play in this entire balance? Thank you.
Talking of mentorship, when I tell people I have a lot of uncountable mentors, there are so many of them, and these are mentors that I deal with on various aspects of either my professional life or my personal, my personal life. And one thing is, you can never underestimate that what they do is most of the times they are more experienced, and what they do is whatever it is you're going through, they must have gone through it or have an idea of, you know, putting you in the right direction. A mentor isn't going to tell you do this or don't do this, but then a mentor would advise you, would guide you. If it's a career, if it's professional, they tend to guide you towards what you can do, courses you can take to probably advance your career, opportunities out there for you. And if it's personal life, they could help you, advise you on things to do to actually, have your own time for yourself, ease back on life, or even integrate, your professional life and your personal life. I know you gave me a minute, but Najati talking about her boss reminded me of something I wanted to share. If you don't mind, I will share it. I had a boss that made a habit of calling me. He was my MD. He would call today or Sunday, not to give me a task, but just to ask me what I did within the week. What was new? You what did you do? What are the activities? And then, I answered once, twice, and it became habitual. I spoke to someone, a mentor, like, this is my meet. It's from Monday to Friday and sometimes at night. And then Saturday or Sunday, you're calling me to to ask me, not even to give me a specific task, to ask me what I did within the week. When you could do I do this? And she said the only thing you can do
I can see a hand to my extreme left.
About how we give roles to either women or men. And I think that's where we had it wrong. Making roles very specific when children have to be grown by both parents. Now, a woman would have to have a career sometimes for the family to grow, and the man also. So the question is, how well for the married couple, and how did you balance up with your husbands, like to get that family dynamic? How did you, more specifically, how did you get it to work? Getting the family to grow, or if you have an advice as to how young couples could make that a better situation instead of making it a specific role for one person, but for both parents to be able to raise their family and still hold their careers.
Thank you for your question. Um, like we said, you can have a 50-50 balance. Sometimes it's 60-40, sometimes it's 70-30. For the young couples out there, I think, as we said, I think we've all shared that you need to know your values and you need to know your goals. As couples, I think one of the things you need to do is sit down within yourselves and agree on your certain values and your goals. What you can, what's feasible and what's not. Yes, it's not always that you can move out of town as a wife. Let me just be this open. As a wife, you are on transfer somewhere and then your husband is somewhere. It depends on what level of marriage you are at. I think when you don't have kids, it's easier than when you are far into the marriage and you have some small kids. It will be like, okay, so who goes with the children and who doesn't? So there is no one formula to say this is what's going to happen, because as individuals we have our different persona, we have our different goals, and we have our different objectives, and our tolerance and also even the orientation helps a lot. So what I would say is you sit down within yourselves and agree to what can work and what cannot work.
I think that last point is very important. The last point is very important to actually agree on what works and what doesn't work, because we are all different. What probably worked for her with her husband might not work for you, because there are different personalities, different temperaments. If you're a sanguine married to a choleric, a born leader, always domineering, what will work in that mix is not what will work with a melancholy and a flake. So you have to sit together and agree to help each other out, to assist each other. I think it's very important for us to get to that point. Be clear on your goals, what exactly you want out of life, out of your career, and then you both agree, this is how I want to be helped. Help me this way. Your husband tells you, this is how I want to be helped. Help me this way. It's on that basis that you can actually forge ahead. Thank you. That was a very important question. Other questions, or can we take? Okay, I can see your hand there. Please.
Thank you. My name is Ibrahim Yaku Tiwan. I'm the student of Kaduna State University in the Department of Computer Science. I want to give an advice on your question, especially to those former SS to the governors, that there are some people, also youth, that we have here in Nigeria, well, let me say in Kaduna State, that like they want to innovate something or to create something that was not exist before. But due to the lack of orientation, lack of support, and maybe the thing say even if they initiate this thing, the thing may not lead to be accepted. Maybe, or let's say no one can support you. So my question here is that how are you going to like engage government in helping that kind youth to be implement what they want to conduct it? Thank you.
Okay, so your question is how can the Kaduna youth actually get supported for what they are doing? Okay, I think MBIT does lots of programs, and that sometimes they actually share information flyers. This is one of it because they're collaborating with Jobberman, and there are other opportunities too when they actually do different business clinics. There are opportunities, out there, and I think we just have to pay attention to these things going on. And I also feel that as young persons, we can also come up with ideas, with proposals. You can be bold enough to come up with a proposal and actually walk to a ministry where you think they can help you. Kadeda is under MBIT, and they actually help small, medium enterprises. So it's just for you to locate, to identify the particular MDA, the particular ministry, department, or agency that actually that can actually respond to what you're doing, and then just actually walk up there and meet them. So we can, the fact is, if we see it in the confines of our homes, these opportunities will not come to us. If we do not see it out there, if we don't see the information, no flyers, no events coming on, we can actually be proactive and move out, and you never can tell what you can get. Thank you. Any questions? Okay, I can see more hands, and they're actually all men. Do we have, okay, I can see a woman. Okay, please.
Sorry, let me be gender insensitive. Yes, I can see two females here.
Okay.
But since I'm here, let me start with you.
Good afternoon. My name is Miriam. So the importance of mentorship has been mentioned a couple of times. I want to ask, what strategies can I use to find and maintain meaningful mentor and mentee relationships as I navigate the job market? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is a very important question, Ba. Just to reiterate, if you want to be successful in life as a lady, I think you need three things that are very important. Number one, you need a mentor. Number two, you need an accountability partner. And number three, you need a therapist. Let me start from number one. You need a mentor because what? You need someone that has been there, did that, done that. They know the pros, they know the cons, they know the challenges that they have faced, and they'll be able to communicate that to you. So that would be a guide. So basically, their experience is like a roadmap for you. How can you find your mentor? It depends on what you want. What is the sector? How do you identify these key persons? Is it through social media? Do you want to use someone who knows someone, and all that? So that I don't think identifying mentors is actually very challenging, but however, you need a mentor. And then what? A mentor-mentee should just not be, it should be structured. You should be able to communicate to your mentor, what do you want? What do you stand for? What do you want to achieve? There's two types of self. You have your real self, who you are now, and then you have your ideal self, who you want to be. But then it's left for your mentor and you to sit and identify and how do you want to take yourself? What does it require? Do I need to do something as little as doing something minor or minute each day to take me to my real self? What do I need to do? That is the work of a mentor-mentee system. Number two, you need an accountability partner. Accountability partner can be a family member, can be a colleague, can be someone that you just know casually, but however, that person is able to tell you, you're not on track. You've fallen off track. You're not on professional track. You said you were going to do this. Why aren't you doing that? No, you can't postpone. You need to post that video today. That is what an accountability partner does. And if you're not able to stand by that, there should be sort of like a reward punishment type of a system. And third, you need a therapist. In as much as this sounds funny, but you need a therapist because what? Up there's burnout, there's loneliness, there's confusion, there's fear. You see a lot of successful people, they stand in suits, but you don't really know their challenges, you don't really know what they are going through. So it's very important for you to maintain your sanity, because what if your mental health is deteriorated, you can't achieve anything. My favorite quote to say is, you can't pour from an empty cup, and then at the same time you cannot give what you don't have. Thank you. I hope I've answered the question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So to quickly add to that, on finding mentors, I think first you need to identify the mentor you're looking for, because sometimes you have different fields. So I can say, oh, I'm a content creator, at the same time I'm a psychologist. So in what field itself do I need a mentor? Okay, my field is being a psychologist, so it's in the field of psychology. So you identify, there are so many people around. Oh, is there a psychologist around? So you identify the person. The next is to approach. So there are different methods to approaching. You can write them an email, you can physically meet them, you can go attend an event where they will be so that they see you, they notice you. You can even ask a question when they're on a panel. So they notice you and just say, my name is Rebecca. Then you just say the question. Another time again, when they make a post, you go and write under the post. This is very eloquent. They notice you. Did you hear the story about the guy that has been, that is currently being mentored by Tony Elumelu? That is a strategy. There are different strategies. There is not just one way to the market. So you find a way. Sometimes you have to talk to somebody to talk to somebody. Oh, I want the commissioner of MBIT to mentor me, but I'm not that close to her. So let me talk to SAD Human Development. He will help me talk to the commissioner MBIT. And I think he's getting the message now. So that is how you do these things, So you can talk to somebody to talk to somebody. So identify, be sure of the kind of mentor you want, identify the particular person, and do whatever it takes to get that person. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, and one more thing, right, is sometimes those that are very, very successful, or on some holding some certain offices or status, may not have the time to give you a one-on-one mentorship.
Yeah.
So as much as possible, identify with those that are on your path that you think that do not have a lot on their hands,
Yeah.
that can actually give you that mentorship.
Yeah.
And then it depends on what you're doing, what sector you're in. You could try with your associations, your cooperatives, those are your peers. Those are the first places you can go, because your peer can also be your mentor. There's peer-to-peer mentoring. There's even reverse mentoring. So those are the ways you can follow to get a mentor.
Okay, so I think Farida took it out of my mouth since she got the microphone first. I think it's very easy for you to find mentors. The easiest way to find mentors is through associations. Like, understand what is the path you want to follow. There is always an association that is promoting that particular thing. So get involved. Get involved. Like she said, NTM, notice me. Get involved, volunteer, do something, make yourself valuable. People would even look at you and be like, oh, well done. From telling you well done, are you doing well? I noticed there is this opportunity. Do you understand? Like, be ready to give to get. Do you understand? But get involved in associations. When you see openings for incubations, for fellowships, that is the easiest way for you to get the right kind of mentors. Some of them will mentor you professionally. Some will just be there for you when you have that emotional downtime. The therapist that Najaa mentioned. They might not be professional therapists, but they are there. When you need them the most, you can go there and cry out. They will tell you how else, the best thing to do and get over with. Thank you.
All right. So I think one other thing we should also mention is, beyond getting mentors, we should also work towards getting sponsors. So mentors are the ones who hold your hands. Sponsors are the ones who are in the rooms where you cannot get to. They are the ones who mention your names to people when you're not there. They are not necessarily hand-holding you through certain processes, but they know who you are, and then they are ready to speak where your name is needed to be heard. Okay, I think at this point we can take our closing comments. If we keep taking questions from the audience, we won't leave here today. So we'll take our closing comments, and I'll just throw a question, per person. So we'll start with Najatu, and the question would be, you have background in psychology, you're a therapist, and we talk about guilt. When we talk about guilt, women feel guilty all the time. I'm giving so much time to my personal life. My career is suffering. I need to do something. Oh, I'm giving so much time to my career. Every time 247 is my work. I have my personal life, and you have this guilt. You even gave an example of a guilt, So how can women manage, handle this, navigate this guilt in their workplace?
Okay, so the first way to identify this challenge is the first way to treat this is to identify it and to acknowledge it, because there are many people that are living in denial, and all that. So the first thing to do is to act and even understand, where is this guilt coming from? Does this stem from a comment that someone had said to me that has become stuck? What are my thinking habits? Are my thinking habits erroneous? Are they dysfunctional? Are they maladaptive? Or is this specific guilt coming from a cultural background? So where is it coming from? And that is when you would be able to know how to treat it and know that it is okay to not be okay. It is okay to break down. It's okay to also, there are people that suffer from identity crisis. They don't even know what they want to do. They don't even know what the purpose in life. So it's just basically left for you to understand where it is coming from. And if it's overwhelming, you can obviously seek support from someone. So that's just basically it. And then as well, at the same time, self-affirmations usually work. Know that you need to find ways to uplift yourself. You need to find ways to affirm to yourself that you're strong, you're capable. It's okay to be confused, and it's okay not to just know it all at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, as a form of closing statements for you, Sophia, can you tell us how organizations can better support women? What specific changes or developments would you love to see in workplace policies and attitudes that actually should support women?
Okay. I think organizations, the first thing that you can do to actually have that sensitivity when it comes to women at workplace, the first thing you need to do is to throw out a survey to understand what the women who exist in your organization really need. Because sometimes we underestimate or overestimate what we think is important to a woman. So like in say we actually did that and were able to understand three things. The first thing is that the women at say really would appreciate a flexible work time. So they want to know that, okay, if I could dedicate extra hours on Monday and get the result out, even if it's 12 midnight, it means I could take Tuesday off to actually attend to so and so activity on the home front. And on Wednesday, I could come in very early as 7 a.m. to start work and even close late. Like that flexible work hours actually encourage women to want to do more. You understand? The second thing is inclusion. They want to know that they are part of the organization and what they are doing, it's making a difference. What they are doing is being valued. Their opinion matters and they are being considered in decisions and policies that are being made in the organization. So you need to be very conscious when you're doing things to know that you're looking at the angle of women being inclusive in whatever it is you're doing. And the third thing is making the environment comfortable for the woman to work. She should be able to come to work. What you expect of her is deliverables, right? So she wants to have that confidence that she can come to work even with her sleeves all down or all rolled up, but she's going to get the work done. Do you understand? Like she needs that encouraging environment, knowing that whatever she's bringing on board, there is a way it can be managed. Like I said earlier about a baby room in the office, it might not be a baby room, it might be a nursery, it might just be maybe a staff, someone on board that can actually help look after babies for women, because that's the first thing that destabilizes a woman when she's not sure of how she's going to take care of her children. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sophia. So the final closing statement from Farida. And your question is, what is your take on the future of work for women, considering the changing dynamics in balancing career aspirations and personal life goals?
I'm really excited about this because, with um, so much going on, people are beginning to understand inclusion better. They need to give women an equal opportunity at work. And then with the advent of digital technology at large. Women can work remotely. Women can work in their house while they are still, taking care of their family. I've had times where I've had meetings and I'm in the kitchen, and it's so exciting to know that yes, that's the future. That's the future. You just can incorporate so many things, and this is where we as also women need to take up that challenge, need to take up that task. We need to upskill. We need to be in that tech space. We need to, because this is going to be more advantageous to us than even the men, because whether we like it or not, we take up a more chunk of the domestic roles at home. So we need to get out there. We need to upskill, get the skills, and do the best we can with them.
Thank you very much, Farida. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much, Najat. So thank you, Farida. Thank you, Sophia. I think we've gotten so much insightful submissions from you, and I have truly learned a lot. And I think this should be an ongoing conversation. It shouldn't end here. We should, take it out of here. I can only end in the words of Maya Angelou when she said, "Do the best you can until you know better. Then, when you know better, you do better." Thank you.
A round of applause for this panel. And as we did during for the last panel, we'll like to call on Ahmed Alaga and our Honorable Commissioner to please come up and let's have some beautiful pictures. A round of applause for them, please. Where are photographers? Thank you. Thank you so much. Why is the hall quiet? I thought we would have a resounding round of applause for the women. I don't know about you, but listening to Rebecca and the other panelists, I had a short session. It was like I was in a doctor's office. You know the thing that they were talking about, the guilt? I don't know if men go through it, but if you're a woman, you have children, I don't know if you've escaped that. You feel the guilt. Am I doing enough? So it was like, and another thing you didn't talk about, psychologists are not cheap. The psychotherapists, they're not cheap. Okay, so that was a very short, free session that I got, understanding that looking for balance, you might want to craze yourself. So better look for integration, how you can, put them together and let them melt. Thank you so much for your patience. We're almost getting to the reason why all of us are within this room, and that is the job fair. But before then, we have a goodwill message that will be coming from Tomato Joss. Tomato Joss, we're waiting for your goodwill message. Please, let's put a round of applause. Let's put our hands together. A round of applause for Tomato Joss. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for putting this event together to the Kaduna State government. Let me stand on all existing protocols. First, I'd like to just say it's a pleasure to be here as an employer of Kaduna State, in Kaduna State, of many citizens of Kaduna. We are always glad to see events like this taking place. I'd really like to share a little bit of advice with those of you in the audience who are seeking jobs, because I think that there are many people here who are in that position. And I know that Kaduna State government is really trying to help create more employment opportunities. So I wanted to give those of you who are looking for jobs a little bit of advice from me as an employer. So first and foremost, what I look for as an employer is just a few basic things. I look for your ability to communicate. And that doesn't mean speaking grammar and lots of language, or you have to speak English. Many of my employees only speak Hausa. But when I mean communicate, I mean telling your boss, I'm stuck, or I need help, or I don't understand what to do. You know, a lot of times people want to show that they can do the work, but they actually haven't done that much, and they're afraid of saying that they haven't done that much. So I think that's one thing that's very important for people who are looking for jobs. The second one is about a strong work ethic. You know, I want to employ people who want to be at work. I don't want to employ people who are just there for the paycheck and they're hiding, looking for something to do that's not their work, right? So that's a really important thing. The third thing is just sort of curiosity. You don't necessarily have to know everything, especially if you're an entry-level job seeker. But are you curious? Do you want to know about things? Do you want to learn and see other people's perspectives? Do you have a mindset that can accommodate for different points of view? And then finally, you know, about decision making. As a executive, I have to make a lot of decisions, and we get what we call decision fatigue. What sets people apart in my organization are those people who can make a decision, whatever the decision is about what they should be doing or how we should be spending money, who can back up that decision with some critical thinking to say, I actually thought of multiple decisions, but this is the decision I took, and this is the reason why. And who are then able to take ownership of that decision and of the outcomes, so that whether it ends up working well or something happens along the way, that you are able to say, you know what, I took this decision for better or worse, I'm the one that made it. But those are hard things to measure if you're seeking a job. Those are things that usually people come to find out about you once they know you a little bit better. So, you know, practical advice a little bit for those job seekers. The first thing that somebody will see from you is your resume and your cover letter. So it's really important to have a good resume, and a good resume doesn't have to be 10 pages long. In fact, if you're 25, 26 years old, I wouldn't expect you to have a long resume. I only have a one-page resume. So, you know, make it concise, but make it well formatted. Try and use good grammar, good spelling, because that's somebody's first impression of you. And your cover letter should indicate that you have read about the company or the organization where you're applying, that you understand what the role is, and that you can link some of your interests and experiences to that role. So then once you come in for the interview, you know, it's very important to act like you want the job. You know, it's a turnoff for employers if you come in and you act like you've already got the job or you already know everything. So, you know, try to leave that entitlement at the door. Try and be patient. I always think to myself, if somebody is getting impatient or they're getting upset or they're getting angry on the day when they're supposed to put their best foot forward to impress me, how are they going to act when they actually get the job? So it's really important, even if, let's say you're on a Zoom call for an interview and the connection is bad or something happens and you got delayed, try and keep your cool, because I think about, you know, how do you show up on your best day, and then how are you going to show up every day? So just a little bit of tips and tricks for everybody. I know this probably wasn't a very conventional goodwill message, but I just, you know, want to stress to everybody that, you know, we at Tomato Joss, we are hiring. Our HR manager is actually here. We have jobs open on our LinkedIn page, which you can find online. We also post jobs on My Job Mag, Hot Naija Jobs. So please, you know, we want to employ people from Kaduna to be able to work and stay in Kaduna at all levels of education and background. And, you know, we are here at the goodwill of the Kaduna state government. They are extending us that goodwill because they want us to continue to employ people And I think that's what we're all here for today. So thank you so much for convening this amazing meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mira Mehta. Mira Mehta is the Chief Executive Officer of Tomato Joss. And like she said, not a conventional goodwill message, but there were very important tips that she gave right here. So, like joke, we have come to where we will be able to go out there and explore what we have. But before then, I would like to just say to the employers within the hall, please, some of us have not registered our organizations or our companies. You're here as an employer and you haven't registered yet. Please make it a point of duty to do so. You did hear the Honorable Commissioner talk about trying to get a database of not just job seekers, but also companies in Kaduna that are willing to employ people. And you never know, you might just catch a tax break. So please register if you're here, register. And then I've been made to understand that going around in the hall, there's a QR code that you're to scan for a WhatsApp bot from Jobberman. So if you haven't gotten that, I would ask, please, the ushers, if you're, I cannot identify any, but please make sure that for every job seeker that is here and desires to do so, that we get them to scan that QR code. Would also want to thank specially our Honorable Commissioner and all the others who have supported her for the patience to sit through it all. Thank you so much. I would like to call on Fadekemi Adefemi. She is the MasterCard campaign manager at Jobberman, and she'll be giving us the closing remarks. Fadekemi, please let's welcome her with a round of applause. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I would like to apologize for the absence of our CEO, Oreoluwa Boboye, but he has asked me to convey the closing remark on his behalf. Standing on existing protocol, on behalf of the CEO, Jobberman Nigeria, would like to say thank you to all our partners, our guests, our sponsors, speakers, exhibitors, and participants. We're finally at the end of the Kaduna Career Fair, an event that has been a resounding success. We have had an amazing day of learning, networking, and discovering new possibilities for our careers. We have heard from inspiring leaders, experts, and role models who have shared insights, experiences, and advice on how to thrive in today's changing job markets. I hope you have all gained valuable knowledge, skills, and connections from these events. I hope you have also been inspired, motivated, and empowered to pursue your career goals and aspirations. As we continue to make great strides at Jobberman Nigeria to bridge the unemployment gap, we hope that you continue to engage with the Jobberman platform. The website is jobberman.com. We also have the scan code available for you to create a profile as a job seeker, and for employers as well to make it easier for you to match up with prospective job seekers. We are also very keen on providing resources to further your career development and advancements like the soft skills training. I must say that it was very heartwarming to see a lot of our participants today who are here with the soft skills, with their soft skills certificates. That was really great to see. If you have not taken the soft skills training, I would implore you to do so. I would say that these are very basic insights that you need when you're starting out your career or when you have started your career. To still speaking on learnings, we have a lot of exciting courses that would be rolling out in 2024. We are very keen on gig economy. We're very big on entrepreneurship. We have a lot of exciting courses in that regard for 2024. I would also like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to everyone who have made this event possible. I would like to thank the Kaduna State government, especially Her Excellency, Deputy Governor Dr. Hadiza Sabura Balarabe, for her unwavering support and patronage. I would also like to thank the Kaduna City Office of Resilience, especially the Chief Resilience Officer, Aaron John, for his collaboration and partnership. We also thank the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Business, Innovation and Technology, Mrs. Patience Fakai, for her endorsements and facilitation. I would also like to thank all our partners, sponsors, especially the MasterCard Foundation, for their generous contribution and sponsorship. I would also like to thank all our speakers, panelists, moderators, and exhibitors for their invaluable input and participation. I would also like to thank our staff, volunteers, and media for their hard work and dedication. And most importantly, I would like to thank you all, our esteemed participants, for your enthusiasm and encouragement, and also engagement as well. You're the reason why we're here today. We are the future of Kaduna and Nigeria. As we conclude this event, I invite you again to join the Jobberman platform. Jobberman Nigeria is the largest online platform. You can access thousands of job listings, career resources, and training opportunities. You have the potential, the talent, and the opportunity to make a positive difference in your lives and the world. Jobberman is here to support you and help you succeed. We can create a brighter and better future for ourselves and our nation. Thank you all for being a part of this event. I wish you all the best in your career and in your life. But before I go, I would like to talk about one of our partners, Ruwazi. Ruwazi is a platform that enables you find gig opportunities as well as freelance work. They have an app where you get to fill out surveys. You can earn as much as between $2 to $10. They are currently are part of our employers today. Once the job fair is officially open, you can find your way to the employer spot, and then the roll-up banners will be there for you to identify. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Fadikemi. The way this is going to go so that it doesn't get too rowdy is as soon as the job fair is declared open, we'll have the Jobberman team and the Honorable Commissioner lead the way with your team to lead the way so that we do not have people just coming out in the aisle. You have to wait for the Commissioner to exit and then we all file behind her. Thank you so much for your patience. Is Alhaji Sagir Balarabe, Special Assistant on Human Capital Development here? Special Advisor. Special Advisor, I beg your pardon. Thank you so much. So please come. You are to declare the fair open. Once again, Alhaji Sagir Balarabe.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we had a very good outing here today. From what I saw, this has been successful. In fact, beyond my imagination. So I call on the teeming youth, job seekers, to take advantage of events like this to seek for jobs, improve, sharpen their skills, and empower themselves. Having said that, I now have the honor to declare this fair open. So, Honorable Commissioner, may lead the way.
Thank you so much, Alhaji Sagir. We will all file. So, Honorable Commissioner, you lead the way. Thank you for your patience, ma'am. And as they file out, we can now all just, the closest exit to you, let's gently file out. There's a lot waiting for us out there. We can now start to file out quietly, please. There's a purse here. Please, there's a purse that was left on one of the chairs here. Look up before you go out. There's a purse here. If it's yours, please come. If you forgot your purse, please look up as you're going out. Mira. Okay. Please let us file out gently. There's no need for us to shuffle out en masse. Let's do it quietly. Everybody gets a chance to go out.